Test, test, test.
So I didn't see it up there.
Test, test, test.
The sign says, oh,
If I can have everyone's attention, please.
some of that.
If you would like to speak during today's meeting, will you please just come up to my desk up here and fill out a request to speak form?
Push that button to the
Test, test.
I notice everybody on Monjero.
At this time, I will call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Kathy Cruikshank with the Friendship Pentecostal Holiness Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Let us pray according to Matthew 6, 10 through 13. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever and ever. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you, Pastor. And please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, and a quorum is established. And now it's time for our Citizen of the Month proclamation, and it's the Military Welcome Center. Would the representatives please come to the front? If you've ever been to the Lawton Airport, you know there's an area where it says Military Welcome Center. And so these are, I'm going to bet these aren't all the volunteers that man it. How are you? But they are, can I say that, Women's Commission, can I say man it? Or is it woman? Okay, all right. So I'm sure this is several of the volunteers, though. Y'all just crowd in here. I ask them all to come down because they donate their time to make a difference in the lives of soldiers, and especially the young soldiers. And we're going to hear more about that as I read the proclamation, but I appreciate what they do so much. We're a military community. We're very patriotic and very proud, and I appreciate you guys being out there to help. So let me read this proclamation. Whereas the Military Welcome Center was started by several military wives who wanted to provide services for soldiers coming and going into the airport. And whereas since many of the soldiers coming in are new recruits and often very young, these ladies wanted the Military Welcome Center to be a place for soldiers to get information and assistance from friendly and welcoming faces from our community. Whereas the Military Welcome Center provides a special seating area for soldiers coming or going in the airport. They provide coffee, water, and snack bags for their journey to the next destination. Whereas when flights are canceled or delayed, the team stays on as long as possible to drive them to hotels if needed. The Military Welcome Center is open for military flights leaving from 6 a.m., 10 a.m., and 6 p.m. 7 days a week, providing assistance and services to these flights. Whereas there are approximately 40 volunteers on the team. Many of the volunteers give between 6 to 10 hours per week welcoming soldiers to Lawton Fort Sill. Therefore, I now do proclaim the Military Welcome Center as the citizens of the month for the month of February 2024. And on behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you all for setting an inspirational example for others that rise to the highest levels of some kind of wonderful. Let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, now who's the lucky spokesman that gets to say something?
We'd like to thank the city for this acknowledgement. We do have a very hard-working group of folks here. We've been in existence since 2012. As he said, some of our volunteers put in a lot of extra hours, but we do take pride in being able to meet some of these young soldiers coming in, sometimes first time on an airplane, scared to death, wondering what that mean old drill sergeant's going to get them. And we're able to make them feel a lot better and a little bit more comfortable and let them have a good rest on a recliner before they head out to Fort Sill. We also let the families, whether or not their mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, or other relatives, we welcome them into the Welcome Center also. Any military family or a member of that family. So thank you very much, Mayor.
All right, let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you, guys. All right, now the Mayor's Commission on the Status of the Women is the one who manages our Citizen of the Month program, and I'll let Christina Woodson say a few things.
I'll behave. Hi, I'm Christina Woodson. I'm the current chair of the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, and I wanted to read you a statistic from 2021, and it's from the 2021 Volunteering in America report. It says around 60.7 million adults, or 23.2% of the population, volunteered 4.1 billion hours. The economic value, and that's nationwide, the economic value was estimated at $122.9 billion. That's significant. And with 60.7 million people out there, I know you guys know a volunteer. So what I'm going to work it in. So I need you to nominate volunteers that you see out there serving the community day in and day out, and let's honor them. All right, have a good day. Thank you.
would just like to say how we started. And it was back 12 years ago we started building it. And there were 5 of us that started and gathered the money up, begged, borrowed, and steal almost. But our whole purpose was because our men that returned from Vietnam, that we no longer have with us today, but how they returned from Vietnam was a crying shame. They were spat upon. They couldn't wear their uniforms off of the bus when we'd go to pick them up. They had a horrible, horrible welcoming. So we ladies got together and decided that we were going to make a change for our young people coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq. So the airport gave us a spot, so we went out and begged the money, and we built it and furnished it and made it very comfortable for all of our troops coming back, and gave them a welcoming that we never had. And I was bound and determined that we were going to show them our appreciation. And this is how it all started. My husband pushed me in doing it, not pushed me, he helped me to get this open on April the 14th in 2012. And he died right before the opening, which was 2 or 3 weeks. But he was so proud of what we did to get this going and to show and give our troops the motherly and grandmotherly now attention. And we even have them to come in and scared to death, 18 years old, not knowing what gate to go out of at our airport. And we had one lady that ironed all of their clothes. She made sure that when they were reporting back in, that their uniform was straight. And I just wanted to share that with you because I thought it was so important. And it's still going, and I hope it continues. And thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being a And I do notice that I love Lawton Fort Sill shirt, by the way. Thank you all very much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Okay, and now it's time for a report by the mayor and city council, and we're going to start down here with Ward 1. No, okay, Ward 2.
Yeah, I'd just like to remind everybody that on March the 6th at the King Center, we're having a Ward 2 get-together just to talk about different issues. It's not necessarily a neighborhood watch, so everyone is welcome. And please come and bring your ideas on what you'd like to see happen and how to improve the ward. And also, a very early reminder that Freedom Fest is coming up this year. Our good friend Jason Poudre out there is working hard on this. And we were out yesterday looking at plans for the Soapbox Derby. And if you weren't there last year, it was a tremendous success. We want to expand it this year. If you've got kids or grandkids that might be interested, then please get with us, and we want to get you a car kit early that you can get involved and have some really great fun. And the Friday night this night we'll have, well, maybe I better not speak on this. I don't know what we have signed up yet, but we plan to have events on Friday night as well. that will equal or better the events on Saturday night. So everybody needs to be involved.
Ward 3 is starting a second Neighborhood Watch meeting. We're having an organizational meeting this coming Monday. If you live in the Country Club Heights area, we welcome you to come. It will be held at 6 p.m. on Monday at the Mite building on Southwest 45th.
Right, Mr. Gill. Good to see everyone here today. I want to remind everyone that today marks the final day of street work. Mayor Booker's 10 wins for the citizens of Lawton is finishing today. There'll be a little bit of striping left on some of the roads and some manhole covers fixed, but the last road is being covered today, so that's the first leg of our long journey still ahead of us of roads. We have another 30 roads that are going to be, as a matter of fact, the bids will be open next month in March on the next 30 roads, which we will start those right away. So we're 19 days ahead of schedule, and we saved a little bit of money over the bids. So this has been an extremely successful program, and we intend to continue this. The mayor is really pushing it, and the council's really behind it. So I hope you're enjoying those roads, and if you don't have one yet, you will. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gill. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Along with that, thanks for the roads being fixed and initiating that, Mayor. We are enjoying 17th Street and 6th Street from Ferris to Gore. If you haven't driven that, then take a little ride on that road. I think it might help your car, not to tear it up like some. And I do want to mention the farmers market, as always. It's still going on. I bought me some bread and a cinnamon roll. Don't tell my wife I got the cinnamon roll. Not supposed to have sugar, but both were delicious. And if you saw me munching that in the park, then in the park while I was parking in the parking lot, don't let anyone know either, and don't take pictures with your camera. But fresh fruit and vegetables are going to be coming out. It's a very, very healthy thing, and not only that, but to socialize. I go down there and I'm just going to buy one or two things. Before you know it, I'm there an hour and a half talking to people, because there's other people that are out in Lawton, and you can enjoy making connections and networking. I do want to remind any of the people in Ward 5, it seems like there's been a lot of water leaks. If you see a water leak in front of the house, please give me a call and get in contact with me, because we can get those things fixed very, very quickly and expediently. Appreciate it, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Wiegert. Ms. Williams.
Yes, I'd like to announce my next meet and greet with Ward 7 constituents will be April the 18th, and that will be at the Leslie Powell Gallery, which is 620 Southwest D Avenue, and that's from 5:30 to 6:30. That's on a Thursday, and refreshments will be served. Also, in honor of Black History Month, just like to say this quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It says, "Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that."
Amen. Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Just wanted to give a quick shout out to the FISTA. They had a milestone of a sort today. They, the very first partner to sign on at the FISTA signed a new contract today for an expansion. So not only are new companies coming, current companies are expanding, and that's always a good thing.
So I don't mean to steal your deal, but they went from 700 square feet to 8,000 square feet. So it's a big deal. Thank you for that, Mr. Warren. And let's all, Dr. Sabilla, is this your first time to be here?
No, I think it's my third time in 3 years.
Okay, well, third time's charm, so let's welcome Dr. Sabilla as a Fort Sill representative. And Dr. Sabilla is the deputy to the garrison commander. And do you have any comments for us today?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'm really happy to be here on behalf of Colonel P. Just want to thank the community for supporting our Buffalo Soldiers run that we did this past weekend on Fort Sill, and kind of put a plug in for the community events that we have on Fort Sill that are open to everyone. We try to have a fun run, 5 or 10K each month. If you want to pay and get cool swag and a t-shirt and a medal, that's great, but you don't have to. You can just come and run and enjoy the event. We had about 350 people, so we're pretty excited about that. We've got some cool runs coming up, including the first Lawton Fort Sill half marathon in June that we hope is going to be a full marathon next year. It'll be one of the 3 full marathons in the state of Oklahoma, so we're excited about that.
All right, thank you very much. And now I'd just like to give kudos to the Lawton Constitution for doing their part in the editorial this last Sunday to combat the misinformation machine that is a very big problem. And so we appreciate them and doing that. It's a never-ending job, believe me. Now we move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The Mayor and Council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to an individual or group as to what action they should take. In essence, refer the situation to a particular department or person at the city offices. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit. And audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. I have 3 individuals that one of them checked audience participation, 2 didn't check what they wanted to speak about, so I'm going to assume it's audience participation. If Lavetta Yaquai, I'm sure I butchered that, and Dora Preston and Stephanie Preston and Crystal Miles. And ma'am, go ahead and come up and give us your name. We have your address here, but if you give us your name, and I apologize for butchering your name, please, but if you'll say it now.
Yes, I'll correct it for you. My name's Lavetta Yegu.
Okay, thank you. And what do you have to tell us, ma'am?
Huh?
And what do you have to tell us?
I'm here representing West Wind Resistant, and I'm informing you today I've seen a lot of shady things going on in the city of Lawton. I'm a resident here. I lived here for 10 years. And I lived here before, back in the day. And I lived here, and I worked here for the city of Lawton with the Lawton Police Department. And my group from the police department, we were not shoddy. We did our job. But I'm telling you today that shut West Wind down, because the things has to be looked into. Do environmental impact, because I want to see and I want to read about it, and I'm trying to keep ahead of what's going on down here. I'm an elder. I'm retired, and I want to see my city of Lawton do better. I read a lot of negative things that goes down here. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't talk to nobody. I read what's in front of me. And I'm an avid reader, so I'll read it, and I check out the things that people are saying. And if it's negative, I go to the source. So shut this place down. West Wind.
Thank you for coming. And by the way, the other names I read, the clerk has... Okay. Cease and desist. Cease and desist. If you don't cease and desist, I will have to have you removed. The city manager will have the officers come forward. The city man, please cease and desist. Okay, so the other names that we read, city manager will have the citizens removed from the building. The city manager will have the citizens removed.
They need to stop. They need to stop. They have not consulted with any of the tribes. They're still digging out there. I just came from there, and there's people digging big holes in the ground. There are burial sites down there. There are burial sites that y'all don't even know about, y'all don't care about. You're digging up our relatives. Y'all don't care, do you? None of you care. What if we were doing it at Arlington Cemetery? You would care.
John, they just need to be removed.
Yeah, because I said Arlington Cemetery. We need a public meeting at Arlington Cemetery. Public meeting buried in the ground here that you're trying to cover up. They've already put public meeting over some of our relatives. We need a public meeting. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Okay, we will resume the city's business. The other names that I was giving had to do with the D&D, so I called you at the wrong time. And we will call you, you will come up when your address that you're wanting to speak on is read.
You may want to ask if anybody else
Okay, is there anyone else that wants to come forward during audience participation? Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
J.R. Warren, 2418 Northwest 80th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. Yeah, thank you for all you've done so far. Wanted to really thank John Radcliffe and his team for getting those holes repaired that Dobson Electric put in our road. Thank you very much, John, for getting that done. Thank you. Oh, one more thing, Mayor. Just a reminder that the Republican Party is having our annual meeting for selecting delegates to go to our conference on the 2nd of March at the Prairie Building. Registration starts at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Must be a registered Republican to attend.
Thank you.
You dropped some.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to come forward during audience participation?
Here, I'll put it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
Okay, please wait till you get to the microphone, and I need you to give us your name and address.
Connie Wood, 6432 Northwest Arrowhead Drive.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
Lawton 73505. My question is in regard to the West Wind elements. I'm part of the resistance too. I want to know, there's so much talk about, well, it'll bring industrial business in. Well, what other industrial companies are going to want to come and build near a experimental cobalt nickel plant?
So, you know, I think you know, and certainly we say at almost every meeting, we cannot do anything during audience participation except direct you to a staff member if you need something fixed. So unfortunately, we can't answer your question, although I will be happy to address your question at a time other than during this meeting.
Okay, this is my first time here.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming. Was there anything else?
That was it. It's all
Okay.
about West
If
Wind.
if you'll stop down here, the clerk, she'll give you the office number or get your number where I can call you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else that would like to come forward? Yes, please.
Not about West Wind.
Ma'am, I won't be able to hear you if you're not on the microphone. Yes, ma'am, we'll need your name and address again, please.
My name is Melinda McCool. I am 57-year-old, blind, deaf, Native American. I live at 1425 Southwest Jefferson Avenue in Goodwill Village, West subsidized housing. I attended the last meeting here to voice my opinions about the discrimination and harassment I am enduring. I wrote out a request for a meeting with my mayor and my ward person and turned it in at the last meeting. I was given a business card, which I cannot read, and told to do an email. Do I not have rights? I've called and called City Hall requesting, I've called the city manager's office requesting a meeting. I have called our tribal chairman asking for a meeting. It's pretty sad. I've had to try to figure this out myself. I've filed a complaint with the Fair Housing Act, which I knew nothing about. I've gone to HUD. I was turned away from them. A man from San Antonio, HUD, is the one who actually had to help me, not my local officials. I am being harassed. They come to my door, beating on my door, saying I'm a liar, that I'm rude. I do not have to stand in my door and take that. Nobody should have to do that.
Ma'am, if you'll leave your phone number with the clerk.
I did. I did last meeting.
Do me a favor and leave it again.
I have a witness
And I will
right
call
here,
you
my daughter.
I will call you when the meeting is over tonight, okay?
Yes, sir. Because I am facing eviction right now for being rude. How
Okay.
is that right? I've been here 12 years in my apartment and never, ever been given anything in large print.
So an eviction is not a city matter, but I will be glad to speak with you on the matter after the council meeting. Okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward at this time? Seeing none, I will close audience participation. That brings up the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, I have no requests at this point for anything to be removed. Does anybody? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. And that brings up our business items, and we're going to jump to item 31, staff report, because we have an out-of-town presenter. So item number 31 is provide City Council with a presentation on the pilot study and report from Traffic Engineering Consultants, Inc. on EN 2403 pilot project, signal improvements on Gore Boulevard from 2nd to Laurie Tatum Road. Joe Painter.
Mayor and Council, I have B.J. Hawkins with us here today. He's going to give you a brief presentation I asked him to give you on just that, a potential pilot study from 2nd Street to Laurie Tatum, what that would entail, and then some information on budgeting information for future CIP projects for citywide traffic improvement funding we may need.
Okay, very good. All right. Can you give us your name again, please?
B.J. Hawkins.
All right,
Traffic
BJ.
Engineering Consultants. I'm also the stand-in traffic engineer for the city of Lawton. So, all right, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to present on this item. As Joe mentioned, we are looking to do a pilot study to update and make the traffic signals in Lawton more modern. And as you know, Gore, especially this section that we're looking at between 2nd and Lori Tatum, there's been a lot of complaints. And so this is kind of a first step in trying to come up with a plan to modernize some of the signals within the city. The project is approximately 1 mile from 2nd Street to Lori Tatum. As you can see in the 5 intersections shown, there are, typically you want a 1/4 mile spacing between intersections. Here we have 5 within a mile, so it does make for a little tougher traffic signal operation, but it is doable with modern equipment. The first intersection at 2nd is 2 intersections separated with a 150-foot median. Aesthetically, it's pleasing with the parks, the pedestrian amenities in the middle, but it makes for difficult traffic operations, especially given the equally heavy volume north-south and east-west traffic at this intersection. The intersection it's a little newer than some of them throughout the city. It does have the black decorative poles, but it does lack a lot of the modern amenities. The most glaring is the lack of video detection or any sort of vehicle detection at the intersection. This is kind of, the problem this creates is the controller is set to have the east, west, north, and south all operate independently, regardless of cars being there or not. And it's not optimal. It creates almost the poorest operation that could happen at that intersection. So one of the first things we would do is put in a new vehicle detection system that would allow us to just speed up the operation and the timing of the intersection. On top of that, communication equipment to talk to the other 5 signals throughout Gore, and that way it would get the progression east-west much better. On top of that, flashing yellow signal heads, emergency preemption because of the nearby police and fire department, and then backup batteries, which help keep the signals running if there are any power outages. The next intersection at Railroad, similar to 2nd Street, it is separated with a median. This one's a little smaller. It's 75 feet. It is the newest of the 5 intersections. It does have detection, but it's not operating as efficiently as needed. Some of the other things we need to help this system work would be the communication equipment, as I just mentioned, flashing yellow arrowheads, and then emergency preemption system because of the nearby fire station and police department, to help them just get in and out of that quicker. It would stop traffic east-west to allow them to just go out. Next intersection is the I-44 westbound ramps. This is an old, out-of-date traffic signal. Most of the equipment would need to be replaced. We would keep the poles, but a new traffic signal cabinet, vehicle detection, similar to the flashing yellow arrows, preemption, backup battery. The same with the eastbound ramps. It's essentially a mirror of the westbound ramps. And then finally, Lori Tatum. This intersection was put in approximately 15 to 20 years ago as a temporary traffic signal. It has span wire on wood poles. It has a temporary traffic signal cabinet. It lacks any sort of equipment that an intersection needs, especially given the fact it's 300 feet from the westbound ramps. Anytime you have signals this close, it's going to create queuing between the 2 intersections if they aren't communicating between each other. It lacks video detection of any kind. So, I mean, similar to how you see in this picture, it's running independent, north, south, east, west, if there's vehicles, if there's not vehicles. So this just creates poor traffic operations. So this intersection will receive a brand new permanent modern traffic signal, same detection, communication, and then we would also tie in the pedestrian accommodations that are coming from the new pedestrian overpass across I-44 to get them over to this area. We have worked with many of the vendors. We know all of the traffic signal contractors in the area. We're familiar with all the equipment to come up with the best and modern equipment, for the city going forward. All the recommended improvements have to do with the communication, the signal cabinets, flashing yellow signal heads, vehicle detection, emergency preemption, and the backup batteries. All this combined with retiming, phasing would create for a much better traffic flow in this area. On top of that, some of the things we're going to look at is replacing some of the broken signal head visors that you can see in the top left. Uniform traffic signal lenses throughout the city. You've got kind of a mixture of arrows and green balls. As I mentioned, traffic signal timing plans. We're going to develop and implement new timing plans throughout this corridor just to ensure that with this new technology, it allows us much more flexibility with the timing, and so that'll just help progression between the intersections. On top of that, the communication systems I was talking about, with the modern technology, we can install wireless modems, antennas, and wireless SIM cards and be able to not only monitor, but make changes to the traffic signals at any given time, wherever. And this is kind of a mock-up of how it looks. This will show us at a glance which streets are green, which streets are red, the different timing parameters, and also gives us alerts if any sort of issues arise, whether it be a power outage, whether it be any sort of conflicts. Anything goes wrong, we get instant notifications and can go in and make changes. So the estimated improvement cost for these 5 intersections is approximately $920,000. This would include all of the design costs, the bidding services, all of the timing, equipment, and everything. The most expensive part of this would be that new traffic signal at Lori Tatum. That's going to eat a third of the budget alone. On top of that, if this is successful, then we could explore kind of doing more of this and taking this a step further into the rest of the city. And we could start looking at certain corridors. The city has approximately 86 signalized intersections. 8 of those are all-way flashing red. 4 of those are pedestrian crossing signals. The city just over time, over the decades, has accumulated a wide variety of equipment. There's 10 different traffic signal controllers. There's 7 different vehicle detection types. There's mixtures of other equipment. So most of it's out of date. A lot of them are either lacking equipment or it's not operating properly. So, and unfortunately, a lot of the signals are not ADA compliant to provide for the pedestrian facilities. As you can kind of see in this picture, this kind of just shows the different arrangement of signal heads. On the left, you've got 2 green balls. On the right, or on the top, you've got an inside up arrow and a green ball. And then on the bottom right, you've got up arrow, and a right arrow. So that's just a kind of at a glance, just showing the difference. And what we're trying to aim for is more uniformity throughout the city. So with this approach, assuming that everything goes good, upgrading the traffic signals with modern technology, improving the overall operation of the traffic signals throughout the city, creating uniformity with the equipment design and even aesthetics. During certain corridors, we could put in the black decorative poles similar to how you see here. You wouldn't want to do that everywhere just because of sheer cost, and you don't need to replace poles everywhere. It's just in certain situations. Creating this uniform look throughout the city would just minimize the type of equipment the city has to keep on hand and how much familiarity they need with the different types of equipment. It can be confusing with all the different equipment, like I just said. And then improving pedestrian mobility. So the estimated cost, if we were just to rip out every single traffic signal and replace them all throughout the city, it would just be a staggering number, approximately $34 million. I'm not even saying to do that, but just to get a glance. If we looked at Rogers Cash Gore, and Lee, approximately 20 million. But there are certain signals that could be replaced or removed altogether, such as the flashing red signals that are around the mall and different areas. And then there's other signals that most of them can be utilized, the existing poles, some of the existing detection. So if this goes forward, we could do a study to determine the exact equipment needed to be replaced at each intersection throughout the city, come up with a budgetary number, and then work with city staff to figure out the specific equipment to put in based on their familiarity and what they are comfortable with. So with that, open it up to any questions.
I do have a question.
Mr. Gill.
I went over the 2nd Street, Lori Tatum, and those stoplights in between, and we made some equipment changes there this year, which really helped that a lot. It's probably one of the more used areas in town, certainly one that would be on the priority list. But I want to make a comment about that because actually you answered one of my questions when you said the Lori Tatum interchange would be the most expensive of the almost $1 million project just for that area. And if you'll check the archives, and I brought this up about a year ago, that interchange was a temporary interchange. And that was supposed to be closed when Highway 7 was opened. And that's what the council decided way back about 3 or 4 years ago. Having said that, city manager, I don't know if it's something I would want to call a vote for, just direct, or what I can do, but my point being, I would like to have a discussion with the owners of the casino. If we leave that open and we spend that kind of money, we should expect to be able to get some funds from them on their part or more if we leave that open, because it's definitely going to cost us money to leave that open just for the casino.
Correct.
And I don't believe the casino pays any of the bills on most of those things. So if we did leave this open, it would be my position that the casino work very heavily in the cost of that.
That'd be.
And so I'm guessing, should I make a motion on that, or we're just going to discuss it? Oh, okay, non-action. Okay.
So just for your knowledge, I did look at a traffic signal warrant at this intersection just to see if it did meet traffic signals warrants. It does. It did meet the 8-hour, 4-hour, and peak hours. So I looked at possibly removing it. It's justified needing one. Who pays for it? That's another discussion. So.
It justifies, but it doesn't have to.
Just because it meets warrants does not mean a signal needs to be in place, no.
Joe, you want to say something?
No, you just answered that.
And I think it's in, I'm a little unclear why we have 2 studies going on the same place, but EST is doing a study for the MPO, and I'm pretty sure they said that was whatever, justified, whatever the word was, Joe.
It is. Theirs was more of a planning document as opposed to a design and operational one. I do have that. We've been in discussions with them. We've had meetings with the planning department, engineering department, public works, everyone. So
We use that data.
Yes.
in coming up with actual hard.
Okay. Mr. Harris.
Man, I'm so glad to see you. I've been complaining for 35 years. So, 2 questions. By updating the signals, how much more efficient would our traffic flow be?
it's hard to give it a number, but before I do it, I would go out there, do test runs. Then once we put it in, I could redo the test runs and then come up with a percentage on how much improved it truly is.
But
It's
by
hard.
doing so, we would save tremendous amounts of gas, energy.
It would be significant.
So
yes.
by doing so, would it be reasonable to say that it would reduce the cut-through traffic in our neighborhoods by ugly guys like me who go, hey, I'm not going to wait for this stoplight, I'm going to turn here?
Absolutely.
Thank
If
you.
you can get through the signals faster, then there's no reason to cut through a neighborhood.
And as well, like just the yellow blinking left turn, because I know like in Linda's ward, I turn left at 34th Street instead of waiting to get to 38th Street and then go through a neighborhood to get to 38th Street.
So anytime you have a flashing yellow arrow or, like a 5-section head, that allows permissive left turns, so they're not having to sit there and wait for a green light. It just helps overall flow.
And likely keeps people on the main roads that are designed for that kind of traffic as opposed to our side roads, which are not.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions more are on the cost, and I had three things that I kind of wrote down. There was no bidding process, so these numbers that you're giving us, the $1 million, is not really a exact number and could go down or up depending on if it was put through. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
If we put it through the legal bidding process that we generally use, correct?
You never know how they're going to bid. Yes, I was overly conservative, plus even have a 10% contingency in there just to be safe, yes.
Okay, that's for sure. Then you kind of said, this may work, this may not work, we're going to see how it works, and then we can do other things as we move forward. And I guess some of that would have to do with the testing that you were talking about to make sure that, this is my concern, I don't want to get into this, spend $1 million, and then come back and have to redo this and put more money in it again.
One of the things we're hoping to do with the pilot study is to use the state-of-the-art equipment to prove to the citizens that this works, to see if they wanted to spread this throughout the rest of the city. So this really modernizes your signals where they all talk together. Right now, even when you try to fix timing, they're not talking together. So when one gets out of sync, it messes up the whole thing until somebody gets back out there and manually fixes it again.
It is no doubt that this is problematic because this is one of the two main, there's three ways to get to that side, from the east to the west side of the city. And so I appreciate all the work and effort that's coming in, just like Councilman Harris.
Mr. Warren.
I had three things. Hopefully I can remember them all between now and the time I finish. We had the option, we talked about that before, of there at the casino, and I say casino, and it's actually the old Montego Bay and the casino boat. We had the option of making that right turn only, which would discourage people from using that as an exit and push them more towards Highway 7 where there is a functioning light right now. So that's something that we could always look at. I like the idea of changing over to something that's equal across the city because of the equipment costs. Eventually it gets less costly when you have one system, one kind of pole, and more importantly, I think, when somebody crashes into one of our poles and we've got 18 different kinds of poles and we have to wait 6 weeks for a pole to get here, that's a problem. And so if we end up with one kind of pole or three kind of poles, then we can have some on stock and not have to wait. The other one was a question about recapturing some of the cost. Is it possible, is there still any talk with any of the cell carriers about providing positioning for cell carriers on poles anymore?
This is a question.
I know at one time there was.
It's been a while. I would say it's probably been 1.5 years or 2 years since we've had a conversation like that.
We might look at that to try to capture some of that cost back as far as leasing space on our poles.
Mr. Gill.
I've got one more question. Hadn't been asked yet, but this is state-of-the-art program that we're looking at the $1 million, $900 and some odd thousand. So is this something we could put up but yet leave some of the bells off that we could add later, or would the cost justify that? In other words, still be able to get state-of-the-art equipment that would have the capacity to have video and et cetera, but we wouldn't have to spend that money or go into that right now, but we could add it inexpensively, or is that a possibility?
There are a lot of these that could potentially be piecemealed. I came up with a memo that lists the equipment kind of in a prioritized order. If you want it to operate efficiently as it can, this is what you want. If you want to kind of pull back a little bit, there are options to pull back some of these. Some of the most expensive are going to be your vehicle detection systems, which is lacking at all but one of these intersections. That's going to be a big chunk, as well as that other intersection at Lori Tatum. If we pull that out, then the cost would significantly be decreased. So,
can I jump in? Talking to our field services folks, one of their major complaints is what BJ talked about, is that over the years there's so many different pieces of technology out there that we don't do that anymore. Once the city can settle on one technology, we have the ability to spec it only so that they don't have to be learning new systems all the time and can keep up with one system, one set of software, and all that kind of stuff. That's where we're trying to head towards, because part of their problems are just keeping everything running that's different.
Can you go back to that slide with that big ugly number on it? That wasn't it. The 54 million is what I was.
That one. 34.
34 million. Well, it's pretty ugly.
It's very ugly.
And I don't think we can do that. What does that represent? Does it include all decorative poles and every intersection?
So this is just a pie in the sky. If you wanted to rip out every single traffic signal and put in all new equipment, new poles, new everything, that's what this would be. But as I mentioned, that's not what I would recommend. That's just if you wanted to put in brand new decorative poles throughout the entire city, all new equipment. I would recommend obviously keeping a lot of the signal poles in place, some of the signal heads, some of the equipment could stay in place. So it's just take a little bit of a study to pull those costs down. And that would be a significant chunk of the costs.
What's really frustrating is 40 years ago, might have been 50, but I'm going to say 40, our lights were set at 36 miles an hour, and we could go from one end of town to the other, and we didn't have all this technology. Yeah. Now we have at least some technology, and we have trouble going 3 lights without stopping. Right. And so, no, that's one thing. It seems to me like, because we don't have 34 million do this, it doesn't exist.
Sure.
Although we like beautiful poles, okay? So why can't we do things like set Cash Road back on 36 miles an hour, and at some time at night, because that's the complaints I get about sitting there, it's the middle of the night or late at night, early in the morning, and you have to sit and wait for a light to go through its rotation. Why don't we turn them to red and yellow or have a 4-way stop? Something that's going to take us a long time to do this. We've got road problems, and I'm sure the citizens get frustrated at the lights, but they call about the roads more than they do the lights. So that's one thing. Go ahead and respond if you want to that. Oh, I know the other thing I want to add that goes along with that. Mm-hmm. That 4th and 6th Street light on Gore, I don't understand the purpose of them except to cause problems.
Sure. So I've already looked at those as well. Initially, I even looked at 11th, but I did run signal warrants on 6th. It does meet warrants, and just given the kind of the proximity to the south, I would recommend that staying. 4th does not even come close. I would recommend removing that traffic signal.
I'm curious, what warrant's a warrant?
The volumes, east, west, north, south, the time of day. So there's an 8-hour that traffic has to meet 8 different hours for a threshold to meet an 8-hour. 4-hour is more strenuous than the 8-hour, but it has to meet 4 different hours. And then a peak hour is kind of your heaviest. Usually you're going to see that, on the rush hours, and that's one's easy. But this one 6 did meet all, I believe, the 8, 4, and peak hour, where 4th did not even come close to meeting any of them. Just sheer volume, probably the north-south on 4th Street.
So I must be sitting there watching it at the wrong time, but okay. Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, as I'm sitting here thinking, there's roads that are really traveled a lot, main arteries, I think that's what they call them, where most of the traffic goes. It seems to me like those are the ones that we would really be interested in getting high tech. I think there's other roads that we could do like the mayor said, and just take them back to the old timing, because there's not a lot of traffic that's going down through there. But it seems like to me that there could be some way to graduate the cost of this by looking and prioritizing the main arteries that we have in the city, and looking at the cost of the main arteries, and then graduate down as far as the amount of traffic that there is on those streets. And I'm talking about that 35 million, the ugly number that the mayor was talking about. So as we deal with this, is there a way to try to look at other things like Councilman Gill was talking about?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And I wanted to let you know that every time we're redoing major arterials like Gore, when we get to Lee, Goodyear, we're replacing the signals and the signal controls with updated equipment. We're just trying to settle on one form of type of equipment and software so that we have uniformity. Cosmetics we can get later, but really it's the traffic, control systems that we want to get uniform everywhere.
Yeah, and I appreciate the diligence in replacing those, but I'm really talking about this number, really more than I'm talking about anything else, because we as a council need to have solid numbers to be able to vote on what we're going to do to make these expenditures, and sometimes it's kind of cloudy because we don't really have a number. And that 34 million, I know, probably could shrink some if we prioritize somehow. Okay. And if we prioritize that somehow, and I don't know if I'm being clear, and in the sense of how much traffic we're trying to control, like on the main arteries.
So this is not for the citywide CIP. This is essentially the 5 intersection Gore pilot study. Along with this, I'm kind of just showing this pie in the sky to help modernize the rest of the signals. Before anything started on that, we would do a thorough study, get a firm budget, and then come back with some sort of hard numbers to even explore that. That would be further down the line when, just like I mentioned, I want buy-in from you, from the city, from everyone. I know that these improvements along Gore would help tremendously. So I just want to, once everyone's okay with that, we like the equipment, then we can explore the further options. And on top of that, we would prioritize the signals on the citywide. It would definitely be the busiest arterials, start there, and then kind of work your way.
Right. Well, it is no doubt that we're not at the place of making the decision on how much money we're going to spend, but we are talking about how we want to spend it and what information we may need. So most of what I'm saying is to add towards the day that we do have to push the button and vote on it. So the suggestions, hopefully the suggestions that I'm putting out there can be added to what you're doing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Harris.
So, BJ, a couple more questions. One, are there any studies done on, by having modernized systems, how much money you save in gas and or time spent by our 1,800 vehicles in the city? Two, is there an appearance, when you drive in a city that has modern traffic signals, does that affect what people think when they're coming into town looking to relocate businesses here or to move here? And three, is it possible that without getting the Super Deluxe model, that we could update some of our signals, Cash Road and Fort Sill Boulevard, and get them to where they are more modern than they are now?
Yes. So first, yes, there's absolutely studies. You can do emission studies. It all has to do with delay. It's case dependent. It depends on the amount of traffic, the amount of cross traffic, and the way the signals are currently operating versus would be operating in the future. So I could get these numbers as well as the decreases in overall delay if this were to go forward. As far as overall traffic and people's impressions, of course, anytime you have, congested streets, then, you're looking to go away from those. And if traffic goes away from it, businesses don't want to go towards it. So sometimes, you have the chicken and the egg. If the businesses start coming, well, that does generates more traffic to an area, but just having efficient operating traffic signals helps everyone's overall impression.
Would there be grant money possibly available from the feds if we're reducing emissions and doing
It
other
could be something to
good things?
explore. Do you know of any grants?
No, do you?
I mean, so we could look into it, yes. And then as far as the taking smaller steps to go towards improving other signals, absolutely. This slide was not intended to be a big talking point or and what we're going after at this time. If we wanted to just do small corridors at a time, that's perfect. We could rank those on, priority, anything like that. So, yes.
Okay, so Charlotte's going to tell us she's got it in her budget.
I wish. But I will say we just got numbers from ODOT for the carbon reduction grant that the city qualifies for, and it's just over $300,000 for a 3-year period each year.
Thank you for saying that. You know what, that reminds me, a few years ago, we started using clean air federal money to replace a few signal lights.
Yes.
Is that still ongoing? Are we still using it, or has it been diverted to something?
It's been diverted to other items. We did the signals that we felt needed it at that time, but I visited with our transportation planners and stuff on this not that long ago. We can't go back and update ones that are still currently working. We updated some in the past, but we used all of the funding that we had set aside for that.
Okay, but that's ongoing funding stream, that clean air money.
It is, but I think the way our UPWP is set up, I think we have it budgeted elsewhere. But we can look into that and get with ODOT again.
Okay, I'd like that on the next MPO agenda.
Okay.
And let's discuss clean air and how we're using the money, and discuss whether the group wants to go this way for some relief of that 34 million.
Okay, yep, we're working on the agenda for next week.
All right, wonderful. And now, what do you want from us today? You're just giving us a report, right?
Don't run off. I've got a question.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it was just a report, but I think I get the gist.
All right. Mr. Gill's got another.
Just a quick question for Charlotte. Would not that money qualify for traffic control lights, since it would be burning fuel and causing carbon emissions?
It probably will. I'll go back and double check on it, but I think it will, because that's something that we were looking at. Because once we get EST's presentation of our traffic flow study, and they'll be coming back in April to the MPO for that, then we'll have an idea of what they feel. And we have worked with TEC on that. So, but this is something that we could look at putting that money towards.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, well, thank you very much. I didn't like everything in it, but it was a very good report. And the primary thing is we're paying attention and we're starting to move forward. So thank you very much.
Good report.
It's going to be interesting to see where John comes up with $1 million for that one deal. But, All right, let's move on. Thank you, guys. Item number 21. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 511 Northwest Bell Avenue, 516 Southwest H Avenue, 815 Northwest 35th Street, 918 Southwest 3rd Street, 1006 Southwest 28th Street, 1214 Southwest A Avenue, 1311 Southwest 9th Street, 1314 Northwest Taft Avenue, 1402 Northwest Logan Avenue, 1601 Northwest Andrews Avenue, 1601 Northwest Tennessee Avenue, 1709 Southwest McKinley Avenue, 1810 Northwest Taylor Avenue, 1910 Northwest Andrews Avenue, 2207 Northwest Pollard Avenue, 2312 Northwest Dunstan Lane, 2701 Northwest 46th Street, 4716 Southeast Avalon Avenue, 5632 Northwest Beechwood Avenue, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. I forgot to announce at the beginning of the agenda that we The city manager has stricken 2312 Northwest Dunstan Avenue, as well as item number 25. Now, Josh. Oh, we're on 511 Northwest Bell Avenue. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We've got 511 Northwest Bell Avenue, had an inactive utility since 2017. But as you see, we do have siding missing over on this part. These pillars that are connected as well both have rotting wood. Then your foundation part down here with the cracks, and looks like you've got an uneven foundation. You've got more siding issues right here as well as the roof, more of the trim area. And the same part on this side of the house as well. Back part is we've got a missing deck, plywood that is on the back walls. We've got a secondary structure as well where you see part of the wall is moving away from the rest of the structure. Roof damage as well, a couple different parts where it's going in, and the back side as well. Posted on this property February 14th. Any questions?
Can you go back to utilities? I wasn't paying attention. 2017. Okay. Seeing no questions, I will open the public hearing on 511 Northwest Bell Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Please give us your name and address, and then
My
tell us-
name is Rick Moe. My address is 218 Southeast Surrey Place here in Lawton. I'm here to represent the owners of the property. He sent me a letter here, so I'm going to kind of read it real quick for you. We intend to repair 511 Northwest Bell and have in fact already started some of the steps. They've submitted the paperwork for new permits and stuff, applied for the permits. They've cleaned up a little bit around the property. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars acquiring it and buying materials. And if you can't see it in the picture there, but we got the drywall and everything sitting outside the building getting ready to work on it. It will take time. The tradesmen are busy and have been scheduled. At times, the weather has not permitted or cooperated. The finances were not available at the time. We have spent money buying materials, changing locks, coordinating with transportation of the materials, and engaging in an electrician, which he just hired an electrician to come in and rewire the building from the outside in. In short, the property has, in fact, already been improved since it started, and we have money set aside right now and plans to renovate the property and ask for permits to be approved.
Okay, and are you a contractor?
I am not a contractor. I'm just work for the individual.
Okay, you're just an individual
Yes.
representing the
Yes.
owner. Okay, and everybody that's here for D&D, I want you to please listen. So the way this process works, if the council puts your house on the D&D list, that doesn't mean we go out there tomorrow and tear it down. What it means is you have 6 weeks, 30 business days, that's 6 weeks, to pull a demo, or not a demo, but a D&D permit to start remodeling. Then every month you have to show progress. And the city works with you. It's our desire that you get these houses back in livable condition and get them back on the market for people or for yourselves. And sir, if the council chooses to put that on the D&D, that will be the format. The owner will have 6 weeks to apply for and receive a permit. Then they will have to show progress every month.
Okay.
Okay?
And he's already did that.
Do you have anything else you want to say to us? Is there anybody else that wants to come forward on this item? City Attorney.
just, the mayor is correct with what he says. You would have basically 30 days to get a permit. But to be clear, though, you do have to make progress, and if you don't make progress, then the resolution will authorize the demolition. So it's not, you can just, take as much time as you like. There has to be sustained progress.
John, you check that every 30 days. You check for progress. Is that right? That's correct. Okay. All right.
Do we have to, I thought there was something that said something about every 30 days the permits had to be updated? Is there?
Your permit's good. Once you get your permit, it's good for 30 days, and it has to be renewed.
Every 30
which
days.
Which involves an inspection to make sure you made progress.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward and speak on 511 Northwest Bell Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yeah, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Motion carries. Bringing up 516 Southwest H Avenue. Josh?
516 Southwest H Avenue has had inactive utilities since 2022. Has a fire date of 10/17/23 as well as 11/15/23. As of today, there are no active permits on this house. It's right here in the front. We do have siding issues or siding damage, as well as your open vent up top. Down on the bottom, a little bit of the butt rot. Right there to the bottom lower part of the screen, you can see the trim hanging off, as well as a little roof damage. More towards the back of that property, more roof damage. And some more on this side as well. Got an unsecured structure with more siding damage. We have a secondary structure in the back of that property, which was one of those fire dates. The other side of that secondary structure. Posted on this property, 2/14/24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 516 Southwest H Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time.
Could you please speak into the microphone?
Okay, need you to get a little closer to the mic, Josh. We're on 516 Southwest H Avenue. I've opened the public hearing. Is there anybody that would like to come forward on 516 Southwest H Avenue? Okay, I've got one request to speak that I'm told is house demolition, but it doesn't give an address. It's Dora Preston. Can you tell me what your address is? Okay, what's the address of the house you want to speak on?
We don't currently live there, we live next door.
That's the house they want to speak on? Okay, very good. Got it. Okay, is there anybody to speak on 516 Southwest H Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion to have a second? Second. And do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Yes. Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Yes. Harris? Yes. Chapman? Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 815 Northwest 35th Street. Josh?
815 Northwest 35th Street has inactive utilities since 2024. As of today, there has been no active permits on this property. As you see in the front of the house, it's a good portion of it gone. Was to believe a car had gone through the building. We do have some soffit damage as well as some siding on the north side of the house. Here on the back side of the house, we have more soffit damage, as well as both of these window trims as well. Any questions? Well, the property was posted on 214 as well. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 815 Northwest 35th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Hendricks.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I'm a licensed, bonded, and insured contractor licensed locally here with the city, and I'm an insured artisan and general contractor of my trade. I've entered into a financial relationship with the owner of the property, and I've gone in. We attempted to actually pull permits before this hearing date, and we were informed by Neighborhood Services that it was on a hold and we wouldn't be able to actually pull the permit, that it would behoove us to appear here today. We have actual estimates, contracts, and are ready to pull permits on this job and to begin structurally making it sound and rentable again in a timely manner. It is our goal to avoid the D&D list if possible.
How long do you expect it to take to get that house livable?
I would give it about 3.5 months total.
Okay. If the council chooses to put that on the D&D list, you'll have that much time with your permit that you'll be required to get. Okay, council, do you have any questions of this owner or this contractor? Yes, Ms. Chapman.
So have you purchased this home? Is this what you're saying?
No, ma'am. I represent the owner of the home. Terry, he's right over there.
Do you want to speak to the owner?
Yes.
Can you come forward, sir?
I'd like to know why they couldn't get permits. He said they went to get permits.
Hi, so you own the property?
Yes.
Could I ask Josh or John, why did Neighborhood Services say what they said to them? Why they couldn't pull a permit? It was on hold. I believe that's what he said. Or do you know?
I don't know. I don't know that. I never heard that they came in to pull permits on that one.
We did.
I just knew about a different one, so I wasn't sure on that one.
So when did you come in to try to pull a permit?
I was in the building here about 10:30 a.m.
This morning?
No, on the 22nd, as well as again on the 23rd. It was on the 23rd. We also had met with a structural individual at the property to verify the stem walls for the structure were solid, and they are indeed solid.
Charlotte.
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a second.
That's what caused this whole thing.
Okay, so you're wondering why there was a hold on the property?
Yes.
So once notice is posted, we can't issue any permits until the hearing. So he could go straight downstairs today and apply for his permit. But once we hit that 10-day notice, we can't issue any permits.
And you understand now what the mayor was saying, what the process is. If we end up putting this on the D&D list, the time element that you have now to pull permits and prove that you're doing the work and being inspected.
Yes. And the only reason why this happened is someone ran a car into the front of the house. It was livable prior to. I had a tenant in there renting it. So they were fortunately not at home. They were next door. And this person ran this car into the house and then took off running, and took about a week to find out the police report, and then we had to get a hold of their insurance.
Can you tell me when that happened?
That happened on December 28th.
Then I'm curious, you haven't boarded the house up or secured
It
it?
is boarded. It is. It is.
But it wasn't boarded on the 14th of February.
No.
Is that what the plywood's in the picture?
Yeah, that's
To board it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we had it all. We had to find someone. I didn't have him at the time, so I had another guy that I had got a hold of, and he went down there and finally got it done for me.
But it was left open for 2 months.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Council, do you have any other questions? Do you have anything else you want to say before I close the public hearing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on this item, 815 Northwest 53rd?
Give them a chance.
Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to continue the public hearing on this matter to the next council meeting.
Hold on just a minute. Okay, so we've already held the public hearing and we've closed it, so we can't continue the public hearing,
Okay.
but you can choose to table it to a date certain, say 30 days, when they'll be bringing back more. Would you like to do that?
Yes, sir, I would, which would be the second meeting in March.
Now, wait
Or
just a
do we need a
minute.
date?
Wait just a minute. If we table this, can they come in and get a permit? Or is the permit still on hold?
Oh, good question.
It's going to be on hold, correct?
So what we've done in the past is if it's tabled and so then that pushes it out from the next time we bring it, we will work with the property owner and work with them to get a permit pulled. Because you've had the public hearing, so if we don't take action on it today, the public hearing's been had, and you're tabling it because you want to see that they're gonna come in and pull that permit. So in the past, we've just kind of gone through and you're outside of that 10-day period at that time if you table it.
Long way to say, if we table this, you will, and they meet the qualifications, you will issue a permit and then
Yes.
get started on the house.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. We have a
Yep.
motion to table to the second meeting of March. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Yes. Harris. Yes. Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 918 Southwest 3rd Street. Josh.
All right, 918 Southwest 3rd Street. It's had inactive utilities since 2021. This is going to be a secondary structure this property has not pulled any permits as of today. Right there, just fire damage right here on either side, as well as this front part of this secondary structure, which has no doors, windows, and then more fire damage on this backside. Posted on this property 2/14/24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 918 Southwest 3rd Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to remind all the constituents of Ward 5, I do go by all these properties personally to take a look at them. I'd just like to put that information out to Ward 5 if they want to contact me. But I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Yes. Hankins. Yes. Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 1006 Southwest 28th Street. Josh?
1006 Southwest 28th Street. Inactive utility since 2022. Had 2 fire dates, one of 10/21/23, as well as January 2nd, 24. As of today, no active permits have been pulled. As you see, there's a lot of smoke damage to this property, as well as the graffiti that's been put on there. On the side of the house, we have missing siding on this. Well, no, that's the door. The door boarded up. So on the back side, we've got unsecured doors, other windows and whatnot boarded up. More towards the other side of the back, more siding damage that have been boarded up, as well as on here on the side of the house. Right there on the left side, that's a tarp that's put up. There's pretty much no house right there. They just covered it all up. A little secondary structure on the back, missing walls. Posted on this property 2/14/24. Like I was saying right there, where that tarp is, there's pretty much no house right there from that fire. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1006 Southwest 28th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Williams,
Yes.
Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill,
Yes.
Hampton, Uyghur,
Motion carries, bringing up 1214 Southwest A Avenue. Josh?
1214 Southwest A Avenue is a secondary structure on this property. As you see, all the windows are boarded up. We have some siding damage over here, as well as the little small awning. It's pretty damaged over that door. Upstairs, over here, we've got more siding damage, as well as over here on the side of the house. It's a little storage area that's been kind of put together by anything and everything. The other side of the house, more siding damage. And we have some trim damage as well. Posted on this property 2/14 of 24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1214 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Uyghur, Williams,
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 1311 Southwest 9th Street. Josh?
1311 Southwest 9th Street had inactive utilities since 2020, with fire date of January 29, 2024. This property's got trim damage as well as damage on the roof. Down here on the bottom of the house, we've got more missing sidings. Here in the back of the house, we've got damaged windows, trim, and siding. Right here is we do have a hole in the roof right there in the middle of that, as well as just other damaged parts of that roof. We see right here in the middle of the screen, the house disconnecting with the main part of the structure. We do have a couple of secondary structures on this property as well. This one with siding damage, as well as the door and more siding. Posted on this property of 2/14 of 24. No permits have been pulled on this property as well. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1311 Southwest 9th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I have one question.
Yes.
Josh, what is that sticking?
Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic.
What is that sticking out the window?
That's going to be an exhaust that's running from the inside of the house.
Okay, thanks. Did they have a furnace?
I'm not too sure about if they had a furnace. I'm pretty sure they did. Fire marshal was out there the other day and made them take that out.
Do they have a permit for that?
Not as of earlier today.
Ms. Williams?
Mayor, move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion. And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill,
Yes.
Hampton, Uyghur, Williams,
Yes.
Warren,
Okay, motion carries, bringing up 1314 Northwest Taft Avenue. Josh?
1314 Northwest Taft, inactive utility since 2018. Fire dates of March 9, 2019, as well as September 26, 2023. No active permits have been pulled on this property as of today. But we do have busted out windows, as well as the trim damage on this. We've got a big hole in the roof, more towards the side. The front side of the house. Over on the right side, we do have more trim damage as well as roof damage and siding. Just a closer view of that. Towards the back of the house, you can tell more fire damage towards that roof. This right here is just a secondary structure on the property. More siding damage, busted out windows, and trim. Posted on this property 2/14/24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1314 Northwest Taft Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor. Josh, first I want to say thank you very much. Several of these houses today I turned into neighborhood services just a couple weeks ago, and you've already taken action on it, and I appreciate that. That's even more in 24. Good going. So that being said, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins.
Motion carries, bringing up 1402 Northwest Logan Avenue. Josh?
I was looking for that first picture of 1402 Logan. I can't find it. 1402 Northwest Logan, inactive utility since 2023. We've got siding damage down there by the bottom right by the driveway, as well as trim damage. Towards the back side of the house, we have more trim damage as well as busted out windows. And trim right here on the side of the house, unsecured structure, and more trim that was siding damage, and right here more trim damage. Secondary structure on this property, there would be 2 of those. Posted on this property, 2/14/24. There it is. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1402 Northwest Logan Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Once again, Josh, this is one that you've been out to, and even back when John was there many times. So thank you for your action on this. I make a motion to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 1601 Northwest Andrews Avenue. Josh?
1601 Northwest Andrews Avenue, inactive utilities since 2023, with a fire date of August 24th, 2023. We do have garage damage. As you see, that's been patched up. With trim damage here on the side of the house, windows are boarded up. Vent area, you can tell, you see all the smoke damage, melted siding around that. Some of the roof, big hole in the roof in the back side of the house. Another view of that, as well as your siding or your trim and the awning. Other side of the house, we do have more smoke damage as well as melted siding and trim damage. Posted on this property of 2/14/24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1601 Northwest Andrews Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Chapman.
Motion carries. Bringing up 1601 Southwest Tennessee Avenue. Josh?
1601 Southwest Tennessee Avenue, in active utility since 2012, the fire date 5/16/23. As of today, no permits have been pulled on this property. As you see right here by the front door, we do have some brick that had fallen off the side of the house. Can't see it too much right here, but there is a heavy trim damage, as well as on the other side of the house, or the front door. Trim damage above the busted out window, and more trim / roof damage. Smoke damage throughout the vent with melted siding. Back side of the house, we have the busted out window, and as you see, the fire damage around that as well. Big shot on the other side of the house, more fire damage and heavy siding damage. A lot of hail damage on this side of the residence. And you can't see it very well in this picture, but you can tell a little bit that the roof is kind of falling in a little bit. Post on this property 21424. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1601 Southwest Tennessee Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Come on up. And we'll need your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Paul Francis at 1601 Tennessee. It's the property that we're on. We, at this time, I talked to 2 contractors and just asked for a little time. They're going to come out and give me a bid to just go ahead and tear it down. It's going to cost too much money to redo the house.
You're wanting to tear it down yourself?
I'm going to have a contractor. I talked to Mr. Gill, and I talked to another contractor this morning, and he was going to meet with me and come over, and I was just trying to get enough time and I saw the number on there.
Okay, I need someone to tell us the process when they decide to demolish it themselves.
There's a reduction in the 30% reduction, John, at the landfill for gate fees.
That is correct. So the citizen can come in and they can pull a permit for demolition with the building division, where we can look over the plans, make sure everything's right. And like the city manager said, we'll also give them a 30% off at the landfill for the dump fees.
So that's actually cheaper for them than if we go through our process and put a lien on it.
It could be, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, and so typically what we do is go ahead and put it on the D&D, and then they can begin that process, right?
Yes, sir. Even if it is on the D&D list, the citizen can still go in and do a demolition on the property.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you have anything else you want to tell us?
Do I have to get the permit before I start on that? And who do I need to see to get the permit?
I'll give you all my information.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on 1601 Southwest Tennessee Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Yes. Hankins. Yes. Harris. Yes. Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
And the motion carries, bringing up 1709 Southwest McKinley Avenue. Josh.
1709 Southwest McKinley Avenue, in active utility since 2014, a fire date of April 30th, 2023. Just by this picture right here, there's like a dog run right there on the right side with roof damage. We get closer to more on the side of the main structure. Can't see it too much where it looks a little dark up there, but there is some smoke damage as well as missing wood. The back side of the property is pretty much all burnt down. Just a view from the inside, looking at the sun. right there, we do have more roof damage. There's a couple of other accessory structures on this property, like this one, that also has fire damage as well on there. And one of the other accessory structures with heavy roof damage in that same structure. Posted on this property 2/14/24. Any questions?
Josh, have we posted a notice for all the litter on this property?
Yes, I do believe we did. I went out there with that code enforcement officer when we posted this property, and he said he had something on there. And the bad part about that is we just see the little bit right here, but once we start going around to the other side of the property, it's there.
Okay, Council, are you through with the questions? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on 1709 Southwest McKinley Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. And I'm assuming you're Crystal Miles.
I am.
And we've got your address and everything, so what do you have to tell us?
That is my family home. I was very shocked. I did not know that there was a fire there. I had not been to the property since October 2023. My mother lives in Lawton, and she told me that the gates, the city said the gates had to be open. Once we had to open up the gates, the homeless community just took over the house. There's litter all in there because my mother moved out because we needed to redo the house. That is our mail and all kind of stuff that the homeless community is going through. Before, I had been on her about wanting to take the stuff out and knock it down. It's just too much. There's the big house in the front. It's 2 structures in the back. It's 1 on the side. It's just the floors, the roof, everything. If you go in, you can see the sky. I had not seen that fire, so I'm just kind of shaken from that, but we are absolutely gonna have to knock it down. We need time, to get our stuff out of the house right this moment. To give you a time frame, I can't really wrap my head around that, just seeing that other picture. But we have begun to talk to contractors about knocking it down, and they were talking about permits and going to the dump site or something like that. Could be really expensive, but if we could just have time to get our stuff out, and we want to knock it down. I'm very sorry that for Lawton View that it looks like this and has been so much trash. She left a lot there when she moved out, and it's just everywhere. She has been out there at least once since she's moved out to pick up trash because we're not doing it, but it's our property, right? We don't want it blowing out everywhere, and I can make that commitment to be down here. My mother lives here, but her husband just died in December, and she's not doing well. That's why I had to come and be here today.
So thank you for coming down. I can see that it's an emotional family issue for you, and we really appreciate that. My guess is the council's going to put this on the D&D, and that gives you 6 weeks to get your stuff out before any action. Is that right, Josh? And the situation that we're in, man, we want to empathize with the emotion that's involved in this, but our charge is to keep the community safe. And,
absolutely.
And the homeless individuals have created a problem. So did you have anything else you want to tell us?
No, I just would like cards or wherever I need to do whatever. I've never been to anything like this. I went to the courthouse. This is insane. With all the protesters, it's different.
This is our life.
No, yeah, y'all, this is insane. This is like something on TV, but I just appreciate your time, and even though I'm like around my house taking pictures, I just
Ma'am, I think you'll
appreciate
find-
them knowing that it's bad and we
I
gotta
think
get
you'll
rid of
find
it.
that these guys will work with you through the process, and we're sorry that you're having to go through this. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward and
Thank
speak
you,
on this
Mayor.
item? I will close the public hearing. Council,
Mayor, move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof is set forth in the resolution.
motion, is there a second? Do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton.
Motion carries, bringing up 1810 Northwest Taylor Avenue. Josh?
All right, 1810 Northwest Taylor has had inactive utilities since 2020. We've got siding damage around this house as well as right there at the windows. Got a better picture of that window. So we got more kind of trim damage right here as well as with this tree that's not, helping that trim out on the roof any better. We're siding damage. And side of the house right here as well, we have more siding damage and, busted windows. Roof damage, siding damage, and trim on this secondary structure, as well as down there on the bottom with the butt rot. And more roof damage. We posted on this property on 2/14 of 24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. And we have Dora Preston, and Stephanie Preston.
Okay, on the front structure right there, we're going to get that remodeled so it's livable, but the duplexes in the back, we want to have demolished and hauled away.
We have talked to Salazar's construction company, who has agreed to take on the front structure, and they are getting us an estimate. He had to send the pictures over to his boss, but he was in meetings and was unable to get back to us at the time. So I'm just waiting on a phone call from him. As for the structures in the back, we have talked to Joe, Backhoe Company, and he is coming out tomorrow to make an estimate on the property and to walk us through on getting the appropriate documentations to start the demolition on that, because we know it is not livable. So we are in the process of trying to get these things fixed.
I've been saving up money for this job for a little while.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for me?
I said I've been saving up money to do this project.
Okay, good. Now, you did understand the process I explained earlier, that even though this gets put on the D&D list, you still have the opportunity to remodel it, which I think is what I hear you say you want to do, right?
Just
you
to
understood
that front house.
Okay.
It's a one-bedroom, one-bath house.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Council, do you have any questions before I close the public hearing? I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Got a second? Discussion, debate? Please vote.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Motion carries. Bringing up 1901 Northwest Andrews Avenue. Josh.
1901 Northwest Andrews Avenue, inactive utility since 2016. No permits have been pulled on this property. So right here, as you see in this first picture and this one right here, the more of that covered porch part falling down, as well as soffit damage, missing windows on here on the side. This was going to be in the back of the house under the back porch awning. With the damaged awning on that. More trim / roof damage. A better picture right here of that back porch area. We kind of see right here on the right side of this picture where it does have roof damage, a little bit of caving in, and better view of that. I posted on this property of 2/14/2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1901 Northwest Andrews Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weeger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 2207 Northwest Pollard Avenue. Josh?
2207 Northwest Pollard Avenue, inactive utility since 2021. This property was brought to council at one point in time, and no further improvements have been made on it. We do have siding damage, looks more hail damage. Roof damage as well, more towards the top of the tip of the roof. I wouldn't say too much of siding damage over here, more or less, just two different colors. Moving towards the back of the house, more siding damage, as well as right here on the corner of the house. We posted on this property 2/14/24. Any questions?
Do you want me to make a statement before I read this?
Okay, you know that I haven't done the public hearing yet.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that first?
Well, I guess so.
Okay. At this time, I'll open the public hearing on 2207 Northwest Pollard Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Ms. Hankins.
I'm going to make a motion, but I wanted to say so citizens will realize this was brought to us quite a while back. That person called me and told me of who all she knows in Lawton, that's why we should make this house okay. So I gave in, which I don't usually do, and said, that'll be fine, we will give you that opportunity. And it has not happened. So sometimes when we're really generous, it doesn't work out very well. But this is an example, so it does happen. So now I'll make my motion. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion, and do I have a second? Do I have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weeger. Warren. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 2701 Northwest 46th Street. Josh?
2701 Northwest 46th Street, inactive utility since 2022. No active permits have been pulled on this property. Over above the garage, we have the soffit / trim damage. More trim damage going on around the house, more towards the front door, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a better view of that first picture of that soffit damage. On the other side of the house, more soffit / trim damage. And then your siding over here, more faded, as well as your vents up top missing. Your garage door, missing the bottom part, and more trim soffit damage, and as well as on the back side of the house. Going towards the other side, we have more trim damage. This property was posted 2/14/24. Any questions? I think I said 22. Yes, sir, 22.
Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing on 2701 Northwest 46th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Ms. Hankins.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Yes. Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Yes. Hankins.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 4716 Southeast Avalon Avenue. I'm going to read that again. 4716 Southeast Avalon Avenue. Josh.
4716 Southeast Avalon Avenue, inactive utilities since 2024. We've got a little addition to this front porch. 2014 on those inactive utilities. When I was looking at this front porch right here, we do have some rotting materials, as well as roof damage all throughout the roof on this property. More soffit and trim damage. Backside of the house, that back door is just rotted, and you can also see the roof damage from the back. More roof trim damage. The air conditioner has been gutted, and unsecured structure with these windows. More trim and soffit damage. This property was posted 2/14/24. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, I will open the public hearing on 4716 Southeast Avalon Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Yes. Harris. Yes. Chapman. Yes. Gill. Yes. Hampton. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries, bringing up 5632 Northwest Beechwood Drive. Josh.
5632 Northwest Beechwood Drive, inactive utilities since 2016. As of today, no permits have been pulled on this property. We do have some roof damage on this property, as well as the unsecured garage door that has been left open with so much debris on the inside. Front of the property, behind there is the front door, has been kind of overrun by these trees. There's also trim damage. More damage to the trim from the trees growing up in there, as well as soffit damage. More roof damage from the back side of the property, as well as a unsecured back door. For the back porch cover does have some damage to it, and the side of the house with the soffit and trim. Right here, I know there's one of these trees, you can't see it too well, which is really messing up the trim and roofing area of the property. Posted on this 2/14/24. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll open the public hearing on 5632 Northwest Beechwood Drive. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and we'll need your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Sharon Sutherland. That's my house, and I live at 2309 Northwest 38th at the moment. Excuse me?
What do you have to tell us?
Well, I hope I don't start crying. I've owned this house for a long time, and it just got away from me. I I haven't lived there for a while. I moved in with a friend of mine because he had Alzheimer's and he needed somebody to take care of him. So I haven't lived in the house for a while. He has now passed away. And I was gonna try to get this house fixed up so I could move back into it, but I don't know, I may not be able to. But I have a lot of things in the house and I really don't have any way of getting them out of there because I don't have anybody to help me. And I don't have any place to put them once I get them out. So I don't know what to do.
Okay, is there anything else you want to tell us, ma'am?
No, I don't, I guess not. I was going to have the house fixed up, but it might be too expensive and I may not be able to. I want to talk to the neighborhood guy about what all it needs, and then I want to get some estimates about how much it would cost me, because it just may be too expensive. And I understand I have 6 weeks to get my stuff out of there, is that right?
Yes.
And then what if I can't get it all out, then what happens?
Well, if you don't have your permit by then, I'm going to let Josh answer.
Okay.
Excuse
Well, I
me.
won't take up your time. I'll
Yeah,
just
I'm going to
talk
let John
him.
answer.
I'll talk to him
Okay.
about it later, because I
Okay.
don't want to take up your time. But I am very upset about it, because this house means a lot to me. But,
Okay, ma'am. Thank you
know,
for coming.
I may not be able to do anything about it, so thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public.
Oh, Mayor, she raised her hand.
Had a general question? I just had a general question. My name's Leanne Enderle. I am at 316 Northwest 32nd Street. She kind of touched me, that's why I brought up the question. If she can't afford to get her stuff out because she has no one to help her, she has no place to put the stuff anyway, and it gets torn down, what is a general estimate of what these homes cost to tear down, and is that placed upon the taxes as a lien, or how does that all work?
Okay, so generally what the city does, city has contractors that we've gone out for bid with that handle that service. And so the contractors will demo the structure if it comes to that, and they will demo it. And then first, let me back up. Once it's declared dilapidated, if it is declared dilapidated, the city will place a lien, a notice of dilapidation and lien on the property, so that the public will know that it's been declared dilapidated. Then the homeowner has 30 days if they want to pull a permit to remodel or demo. They have that option too, and they can get, like the city manager mentioned, a reduced fee if they choose to demo themselves at the landfill. And so they have 30 days to do that. If there's no progress done or that's not done, then after 30 days, Neighborhood Services will reevaluate the structure at that time, see what's been done. We'll run it kind of back through legal for a look to say, okay, where are we at? And then ultimately the city would have the ability to tear that down. And if the city does demolish with one of its contractors, then a formal lien of the cost of that demo will go on the property. And then when the property is sold at some point at tax sale or whatever, that would be essentially a tax lien that whoever buys the property at the future would have to satisfy. And so the city does, it is the goal to recoup its money that way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated, public nuisance, and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins?
Motion carries. That's all of the D&D on this item, and we're going to take a little break. Tamara, is that Tamara? Tamara, I don't think this item is supposed to be on there.
Well, I told her I don't know exactly which means this, but I want to
Okay, we're going to get started. We are back in order. Item number 22, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance to annex approximately 160 acres of land into the corporate limits of the city of Lawton, located at the southeast quarter of Section 30, Township 1, Range. Okay, I'm going to start that legal description over. Located at the southeast quarter of Section 30, Township 1 North, Range 11 West, Indian Meridian, classifying the land as temporary I-4 heavy industrial district zoning classification, providing for severability, and declaring an emergency. Charlotte.
So this is property just on the east side of the existing landfill. The city of Lawton actually owns the property already. We're utilizing it. We're going to annex it in to utilize a new landfill gas project that they have going on with Comanche Renewables. Comanche? Yeah, Comanche Renewables. And so we just decided we own the whole property, to just go ahead and request for annexation. We did mail it out to all the property owners abutting the right-of-way and to the Sales Tax Commission. And the only call that we had was, "Are you taking my property?" And once we said no, they said, "Okay, I don't care." So you guys, council on January 23rd gave written permission by approving a resolution for us to start the process. So now we're here to hold a public hearing and request that you guys approve the ordinance to annex this piece of property in.
Council, do you have questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on the annexation of 160 acres by the landfill. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and we'll need your name and address, and then what do you have to tell us?
Yeah, my name is Tamara Pasut. I'm at 13 Southwest Riverbend, Lawton, Oklahoma, and I just want to propose to give the people a win. I know there's a lot of protesting going on about heavy industry and the fear of industry, and I'm just like, if you want to give the people a win, perhaps make sure the city ordinance says more rules on heavy industry and how far away from residential homes that heavy industry should be. I don't know a specific number because I'm not an engineer or a scientific person of environment, but you would say, we're going to just hear the people out, and we're going to be more descriptive, kind of like how Oklahoma City's city ordinance is, to say it's as far away from residential properties as possible. That's what their ordinance says, and I propose that you consider adding to the agenda next time to do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm rambling, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council, I think we need two different motions. Tim, you want to explain that?
Okay, yes, thank you, Mayor. So we have here the motion to approve the ordinance for the annexation. So that would be one motion, and be, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. After we do that, we'll have a vote on that, and then we would need a motion. This does have an emergency to go into effect immediately. So we would have a motion to approve the emergency clause, and that will take 6 votes to pass on that motion.
Do I have a motion? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the title, and read the title only. And I heard a second. Discussion or debate?
I got discussion.
Please read the title.
Before you leave, you might want to hear this. I just have a question. It is discussion, correct? You might want to clarify that this annexation of this piece of ground, what it's going to be used for and only used for.
Right, yes, it's going to be used for a landfill gas building.
And nothing else, just exactly
Yeah.
what's already there. If that helps any. Thank you.
Please read the title.
An ordinance providing for the annexation of the southeast quarter of Section 30, Township 1 North, Range 11 west of the Indian Meridian, Comanche County, Oklahoma, into the corporate limits of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, providing that the annexed territory be zoned as temporary I-4 heavy industrial district for the period of not exceeding 1 year, providing for severability and declaring an emergency.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Can I have a motion to declare an emergency?
So moved.
Have a motion, and who seconded it? And we have a second to declare an emergency. Requires 6 votes. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 23, consider approving an ordinance amending Section 611118, Division 611, Article 61, Chapter 6, Buildings, Construction, and Housing, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language regarding the utilities disconnection that will allow the city to cap the water and sewer mains and charge the property owners for those services, requiring the removal of all driveways on the property except for the final 4 feet of the approach that connects to the street, and removing the requirement for sod or grassing to be installed on the lots for stabilization, providing for severability, establish an effective date, and allowing for floor amendments. Charlotte.
So this leads into the more for 24 that we're doing. So staff has worked really hard on this, and we've received several complaints, and we want the contractors to know that we're listening to them. So we are currently requiring the contractors the demolition contractors to hire a plumber to go out and cap the water and sewer main service to a house before it's demolished. So what this ordinance will do is actually give us a mechanism for public utilities to hire additional staff, possibly, where we have a crew that all they do is go out and cap those water and sewers, and then we have a companion item that's the next item on the agenda to charge a fee to help reimburse those costs. So if the city goes out and does the demolition, we will file the lien on the property as part of the regular D&D lien. If a property owner comes in to demo the property themselves, then we will charge that fee at the time of the building permit. So, and then we just did some minor cleanup, requiring that the driveways, except for the 4 feet of the approach, have to be removed. So that'll kind of give the lot a little bit cleaner space. And also to remove the requirement for sod or grassing. That piece does not eliminate if it's over an acre and they've had to get an earth change permit. They're still required to follow the rules of the earth change permit.
City Manager.
Council and Mayor, what Charlotte said is correct. I would add, though, that in addition to making it easier for demo contractors, what we've seen in the past is when they would go in and they would cap the utilities, oftentimes they would damage the sewer line and water lines. In some cases, very significant damage, which was difficult to recoup back. So this will allow us to kind of control the process a little bit better, make it more efficient, and protect our water sewer infrastructure all at the same time.
Correct.
Kelsey, you have questions or motion?
I've got a question. Yeah, Charlotte, the part about the landscaping, the sod and stuff, that is still, just to clarify for the citizens, that is still going to take place, so it's going to be a finished look after the house is demoed and taken care of, correct?
So the requirement is, and this is something that hasn't been enforced in years unless we've had a landscape, or unless we've had an earth change permit. So the requirement is that they don't have to go back and put grass or seed down on the property. It'll just be one flat ground, and then, grass will eventually start growing.
Okay, but, and that doesn't have to do with where they remove the the sewer, not the sewer, where they cap off the water in the sewer, because there's not going to be a meter
Right, so the city meter guys will still go out and pull the meter, and then we'll have the secondary crew come in and actually cap the water line at the corporation stop and cap the sewer line at its appropriate place as well.
Okay, and we're doing that, and then they come in and demo.
Yes.
And then as far as the rest of the lot, it's pretty smooth. I've done quite a few of those in my ward, but as far as the front easement area that generally has grass, usually has still got the grass and everything
Correct.
there, except for the fact there won't be a meter there at all. And they usually sod that or put something on that, don't they, at this point after they finish?
No, because they'll leave the box in place, so they'll just usually leave the cover on top of the empty box once they pull the meter.
Okay, because usually they dig all that stuff up generally when there's a big hole. Okay. As long as there's a finished look afterwards,
Yeah,
and it's
it
not.
will.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Gill.
you.
Turn it off, somebody. Here it is. This is something Rusty and I worked with, and Charlotte refined it, and it's really good for the city because this is going to speed our demolition up tenfold, so we'll be able to get a lot more done a lot quicker. Wow. And we're going to do away with the sodding unless it's an acre or more. We are going to grade it down to fine grade and leave it. And someone will have to mow the weeds and the grass if we do that, so it's been taken care of. This is a great plan, a good idea. All the contractors are happy with it. City will save money and a lot of time.
You want to make
And
a
I want to
motion?
make a motion, we do it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Let's see, wait a minute. Okay, I don't need a public hearing on this. I was on the wrong one. So I have a motion to waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. I have a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by amending Section 611118, Division 611, Article 61, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language regarding the utilities disconnection that will allow for the city to cap the water and sewer mains and charge the property owner, and also require the removal of all driveways on the property except the final 4 feet of the approach connecting to the street, and removing the requirement for sod or grassing to be installed on the lots for stabilization, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Need 2 more. Did I lose somebody? No? Okay, motion carries 8-0. Item number 24, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Chapter 6, Building, Construction, and Housing, amending Article A61, Building Code. Charlotte.
So this resolution goes in conjunction with the ordinance that was just passed. The fee that we're inputting is $400 for the disconnect for the water main and an additional $400 disconnect for the sewer main. We did get that number from a licensed contractor that the city currently uses to do other work, just as a kind of guesstimate on what it's going to be. So staff felt that this was adequate.
Can I get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that
Have
we
a mo-
approve the fees as scheduled.
Okay. Have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 25 was stricken. Number 26, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to nuisances and health by amending Section 15.2206, Article 15.2, Chapter 15, Lawton City Code 2015, by specifying the different types of appeals that can occur and adding language that states the hearing officer will send notice in writing within 10 days of the appeal hearing, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for floor amendments. Charlotte.
That's the last one, I promise. So this was an ordinance that we discovered this area of code needed to be a little bit more clarified. So this is for the appeals for liens of work orders that have been done for junk and debris and tall grass and weeds on properties. So what this does is actually schedules that we have a new form for the citizens to fill out to request that appeal, and they can appeal to appear in person. via phone, via email, or if they just want to write out their appeal and submit it for consideration, then they can do that as well. And then this also is putting a requirement that the staff member who hears the appeals, either myself or my deputy, will actually send out notice in writing after the appeal, just a follow-up, hey, this is the result of the hearing.
Questions or motions? Motion for approval, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. And do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to nuisances and health, amending Section 15.2206, Article 15.2, Chapter 15, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language on the different types of appeals that can occur, adding language that states the hearing officer shall send notice in writing within 10 days of the hearing, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 27. Consider an ordinance pertaining to administration amending section 239-362 and creating section 239-365, division 239 of article 23, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by clarifying absences for Youth and Family Affairs Committee members, adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Youth and Family Affairs Committee, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date. Greg.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This agenda item and the next two are all very similar. This one is specifically regarding the Youth and Family Affairs Committee, and what we're trying to do. First of all, we're making a small change to an existing piece of that ordinance that previously it showed that if someone missed 3 meetings in a row, they were automatically taken off the committee and could not be reappointed for 2 years. And we removed that portion that would allow them to be reappointed whenever that became necessary. The main thing that we're trying to do is add alternate participating members. And the problem with this committee is they're having trouble getting a quorum on a regular basis. So we've got a lot of good volunteers who come and work with these committees, and we want to make sure that they're able to conduct business, that they are able to accomplish their goals every meeting. We don't want people to come, try to meet, can't get a quorum, have to wait till next time. So that's the whole purpose of this. These alternates are going to be at the meetings. If they can't get a quorum, they'll appoint one. There'll be 3. They'll rotate, and when they are appointed to, or when they are called on to take the place of someone who is not there, then they will have all the rights of discussion, of voting, etc. at that particular meeting. So this one again is focused on youth and family affairs.
You have a motion for approval? Go ahead. Question?
Yes, sir. You didn't delete the missed 3 meetings. You're off the board, though. You just made it where they could be reappointed at any time.
That's correct.
Thank you. So moved.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve, waive for the reading of the ordinance and read the title only, and a second. Did you get that? Okay. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to administration, amending section 239362 and creating section 239365, division 239 of article 23, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by clarifying absences for Youth and Family Affairs Committee members, adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Youth and Family Affairs Committee, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 28, consider an ordinance pertaining to administration, creating section 2310, 369, division 2310 of Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Parks and Recreation Commission, providing for severability, providing for codification, establishing an effective date. Greg.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is basically identical to our previous AIC. This is for the Parks and Rec Commission. The only difference is we didn't correct any language regarding 3 misses because that wasn't in the original code. All we're doing here is adding the participating alternate members, and the language is almost identical. We substituted commission for committee is the main change.
Have a motion for approval?
Question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Greg?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm concerned that we're having this difficulty in finding people who say they're going to commit, but they don't commit to these meetings. Is there anything else we can do? I mean, are we choosing wrong as council people? Are we choosing people who maybe don't have an interest in some of these committees? Or are we having too many committee meetings or not enough to keep their interests going? I have a concern about that because we've been talking about this, and it sounds like you've thought of something to resolve part of this, but
It's an excellent question, and we have talked about it and discussed various options. We discussed, harder enforcement of the missing, missed 3 meetings and you're out, but we didn't know if that really would accomplish what we're looking for. We felt like this one at least would maybe bring some more people into the fold, have them there on hand, and just continue business. Get a quorum, let them move forward. It is a difficult thing, and I wondered what is the reason. I don't know if this was something that is still a hangover from COVID, but this commission, as well as the Youth and Family Affairs and the Race Relations Commission, have had a real tough time maintaining quorums over the past couple of years. So this is the measure that we think is maybe the best, and it also puts some people in there who might be interested and could take the place of members who are, terming out as well. But I think the main thing is we want people to know that their contribution in these committees is very important, and we want them to be, fired up and excited about what they're doing. And I don't know how you can get that any better. Just make sure that we're choosing the right people and putting them on there, and maybe emphasizing to them that this is a commitment. It's not just a leisurely club that you come to every once in a while. You're committing to be there every time they meet if you possibly can.
Okay, I'm going to get to you. I do have a motion, and Mr. Gill made a motion for approval, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? We do have a second. Now discussion or debate. Ms. Hankins.
I'm willing that we need to do something for this because it is a problem. I'm anxious to see how it works because the alternate will not be there to get the foundational information that they possibly need to make decisions. Another question, do they have to live in the city to serve on these committees? The other thing is the farther I can get those meetings on my calendar, the better, because not many of us, because of our job here that's crazy, like the lady said, we have to know in advance. So anyway, those are a few of my questions. I hope it does work, and I think a trial run at this isn't a bad idea either. So
yeah.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a comment to Ms. Chapman's question. I think some of it, Ms. Chapman, is caused by the fact that we're rigidly adhering to open meetings now, whereas in the past, I think especially with some non-council committees, there was more of a liberal interpretation of what quorums were. So I personally think it's a good thing because we're ensuring that we're being transparent and the citizens get an opportunity to attend all of these meetings. And if we don't have a quorum, then we just can't conduct the meeting. But I think that it's also a byproduct of that as well.
Anybody
Mayor,
down here?
Mayor, if you would, let me, Ms. Hankins had a question that I didn't get a chance to answer. Yes, we put it in, we added it to the ordinance that that anybody who is a participating alternate would have to have this, they would have to have the same requirements as any other member as far as residency, et cetera. So if all of these, and I do believe they all require that you live within city limits, so the participating alternates would have to as well.
Please vote. Read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to administration, creating section 2310, 369, division 2310 of Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Parks and Recreation Commission, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 29, consider an ordinance pertaining to administration, creating section 2312, 377, division 2312 of Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Race Relations Commission, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date. Greg.
Third time's the charm. This is identical to the previous two new additions to those committees, and again, these are three. I just want to say these are three that we identified as having maybe the most trouble. And Ms. Hankins, as you said, kind of a trial run. If it works, if it's successful, and if we get more quorums out of this, that's great. And maybe we want to expand it to other committees or commissions that are, or boards that are struggling.
Just in addition, Mayor, if I might, LEDA has a lot of problems with that too, Lawton Enhancement Trust Authority. And I came over to make sure they had a quorum because I knew that one more person would cause a quorum. I got over here and it still didn't have a quorum because one of the other persons dropped out. So I left something I was really enjoying doing. And
Okay, and LEDA is an authority. We can't change their rules, but they can change their rules. They could adopt a very similar thing like this. Do I have a motion? I have a motion for approval, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Read the ordinance.
An ordinance pertaining to administration, creating section 2312, 377, division 2312 of Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Race Relations Commission, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Before we vote, I just want to say I appreciate you keeping me in line.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Please vote. Thank you, Greg. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 30. Consider establishing a council committee to study issues related to the city's homeless population and make recommendations to the city council on how to address said issues. City manager.
Mayor and council, the impetus behind discussing this and potentially establishing a council committee, if council desires to do that, is we really need an umbrella organization to kind of provide some unity of effort and synchronization for all of these different initiatives that we have to address the homeless issue. You know, for example, we've talked about different things. We've talked about a potential shopping cart ordinance. We've talked about, you know, mental health options and the homeless task force. We've also talked about the trespassing authorization, the pre-authorization that homeowners that live outside the city limits might be able to give us if it's permissible. So there's just a lot of different things that are coming up, and this issue is very complicated and really requires a multifaceted, multidisciplined approach to not only, you know, address the symptoms of what's going on, but to address the issue, you know, provide the homeless population in our town help without creating a dependency. So there's a few of us that just really felt like this, there needed to be an organization to kind of synchronize and oversee all of these efforts, and that's what this agenda item is all about.
And what we want on there too is we want at least some representation as much as you can to our housing forum run by our Continuum of Care Director, Bernita Taylor. And that's really about homelessness and preventing homelessness. It's called Housing Forum. And so we really want you to participate that in as much as possible. We have a lot of great ideas. I think there's a lot of frustration concerning homelessness. It absolutely is a growing problem. And we have some council members coming up with great ideas, so this is the way to go. If the council chooses to accept this, Councilman Harris will head it up, and I need other volunteers. I think Mr. Hampton, Ms. Williams, and we can have one more volunteer if you want to serve on it, Mr. Uyghur. And so that's it. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
You bet. Congratulations, Jim.
Two more. Okay, motion carries 8-0. We already did item 31. This brings up 32. Provide City Council with an update on the FY 2022 and FY 2023 audit process. Joe Don.
Okay, well, as of this Monday morning, I got an email from our consultants. They had passed all of our information on to our auditors. So we are in line to meet that March 31 deadline of getting our 2022 audit done. They've also provided us with the journal entries that we're going to need to make to allow us to start moving forward again on our 2023 audit, and we're still pressing forward. We're doing our reconciliations and trying to get that moved forward as quickly as possible.
Can you remind me what you said at the last meeting for the 2022 to be complete?
For the 2022?
Mm-hmm.
When, what day?
Yeah, you gave us an estimated date of when it was going to be complete.
The 2022, March 31, and have it before the council first meeting in April.
And so first meeting in April, we approve it and it goes in?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then what was your date on 2023?
My original date was the end of February, but we're not going to meet that date because we had to hold off because we didn't have our journal entries in yet. So my date today is April 31.
Okay. What is your particular role in preparing the audit on a daily basis? Like, what's your daily involvement in that?
Helping the staff where they need help. Mm-hmm. Making sure the information gets to the staff that they're requesting from other departments, and just trying to keep that audit moving forward.
You are involved in it daily?
I'm involved in it daily.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions or comments?
Mr. Uyghur, yeah.
Yes. Joe Don, I have here that you said it would be completed, the 22 audit would be completed by March 31st?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to make that okay, you think?
I believe so. I think the four of us will take about 3 weeks to get their part of it done and submitted to us.
Now, how long will it take from the time it's gone to the auditors until you file it? Because I understand you have to file this.
We do, the auditors actually upload some of that information to the state auditor inspector automatically on our behalf.
Oh, I was told that you have to file that personally.
Well, we do send a copy into the auditors, but the auditors do file some of that on our behalf, yes.
Okay.
There's a big ledger form they fill out on our behalf.
Okay.
And submit that to the auditor's inspector on our behalf.
Okay. And how long do you think it'll take before they file it with the state?
I expect them to be filing with the state as soon as it's completed.
Is that electronic filing?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Good.
so it's
Good.
pretty instant.
Good.
Good question. Other questions, comments? Oh, okay, the only one I've got is once we get this done, I'm really going to be interested in what our process is to make sure that we have our audit done for 23-24 by the end of 24, okay?
I understand that.
All right, thank you very much. Good report. We good? Okay, I need a motion to go into executive session. We have a motion. Do you have a second? Please call the roll.
Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman?
chips, whatever that is. Tortilla chips. Candy bars got more energy in it, at least.
Oh, now I know where all the chocolate goes. You know,
Yo.